Ahead and resume discussion on the omnibus items. I know there was some questions and also a request by some members to have a printout of the order of the items that we'll be going through. So I apologize for not having that at the beginning of committee at 9 a.m. And I believe that has been passed out to all the members. So it'll be just the list of all the items that we're going to be addressing today for the House position for the omnibus budget. All right, so we're going to resume with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and that is going to be Megan, and I believe it's the third item, item C. Megan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that's correct. It's item C. This relates to House Bill 2208. The committee had requested additional information about the Rural Emergency Hospital fiscal request from the agency. I believe one of the questions was whether there had been any changes from the original fiscal note. And the agency has replied that there were no changes, that they are continuing to request $183,680 and 2 full-time employees to carry out the Rural Emergency Hospital Act portion of House Bill 2208.
All right, thank you, Megan. And for committee members, if I believe on your sheet that you have all the items on there, it does reference back to the original document that we had, the yellow document that we had on Tuesday. So this particular item is on page 18, right in the middle of the page. Committee, is there any discussion in regards to this item? Is there a motion to approve the item, because we passed the law in Senate substitute for a House Bill 2208 for the 183,002 FTE positions? Representative Kincannon.
So move.
All right, committee, for the motion, is there a second? Seconded by Representative Ballard. Discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, Representative Kincannon, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion passes on a very weakened yay. Okay, now on to item number 2. Megan?
Item number 2 relates to the Rural Hospital Innovation Grant Program that was also included as part of House Bill 2208. The 2 action items for the committee are to consider the agency's request for $100,000 and 1 full-time employee, as well as appropriating the fund for the program.
And this is $10 million?
Correct.
At the funding?
Yes. The $10 million was included in the bill, in the base budget, but the language needs to be added to appropriate the fund.
Okay. Any questions for Megan in regards to this item? Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Megan. So what issue are we on and which page in this? Ours are numbered, lettered a little differently.
Megan?
This is at the bottom of page 18 in the yellow memo.
Oh,
It's the Rural Hospital Innovation Grant Program.
thank you very much.
Any other further questions? All right, seeing none, do we have a motion to add the language? Representative Sutton? The motion has been made. Is there a second? Second by Representative Kincannon. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Sutton, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After such lengthy debate, I will cut this short and I will close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, thank you, Megan.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to clarify, that was adding language to appropriate the fund. Was there also, did the committee want to consider adding the agency's request for $100,000 and 1 FTE?
Well, that we need to have discussion on. That was not included in the motion, just the language.
Okay.
For the transfer. Okay, thank you, Megan. The next individual that we have is Gabrielle, and she is going to, we're going to re-talk about the governor's budget adjustment number 3 for the state treasurer. Gabrielle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This GBA is from number 3, item 3. This is for the unclaimed property production system replacement. The state treasurer did prepare a memo that you should all have a copy of. In summary, the current system is from 2005. They started to have some challenges with that system in 2015. So an update project was proposed in 2016. That project was tabled and not completed. In 2020, a new format for that system was announced, and if not updated, their system could not be serviceable. So this request is to make those updates and bring the system up to current standards. On the back of the memo, the treasurer does provide some detail regarding the challenges they might have should the system not be updated. I'm happy to go through those.
We'll just see if there's any discussion. Has everybody received the memo from Treasurer Rogers? I'm seeing heads nod, so I believe that's been passed out. Any discussion on this item? Representative Estes?
Thank you. I appreciated the committee allowing extra time for us to look into this. Being familiar with the office, I knew that UP3 had been done, and I knew that UP34 had been started, and phases were completed over both of the previous treasurers. I was concerned about the dollar amount, so I got a chance to look into it some more. And I understand that the person who had been doing all the work is retiring, so that's part of why we do need to do this. And the other concern that I had was the price, because compared to other states, the product that I'm guessing they're going to use is used by about 30 states right now, had recently been quoted to us at a lower price, but I did verify that the price has gone up, so I am now comfortable with the expenditure. Just wanted to share the fruits of my digging.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, is there a motion on this item? Representative Estes.
I move the item.
All right, it's been a motion by Representative Estes, seconded by Representative Wolfmore. Discussion on the motion. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this may be a question for staff. As I recall, the Treasurer's Office did move into the cloud-based system a couple of years ago, if my memory is accurate. Is the unclaimed property also handled through that, or are we or do we maintain some sort of a separate program or separate computer system just for unclaimed property?
Gabrielle.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that this is a program specific to unclaimed property. I'm not sure the details of if it's cloud-based. I would just be able to provide the information that it's electronic files, but I'm sure the treasurer would be happy to provide that information.
Representative Estes.
Just to provide a little bit of an answer, my understanding is that it's always been completely separate, and the upgrade will allow it to interface better with other items.
I will support the motion, but once again, when we get into IT, that this individual silos and we have to change each one to then interface with something else that we've added is a constant frustration for me, and something that we deal with through OITS every year. And it seems like it's mostly getting on track, but now we have this one is separate, so we have to treat this one differently, and it's a constant frustration for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sounds like a topic of discussion for the General Government Budget Committee.
Sounds a lot like that.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Estes, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, now you can move on to the Attorney General.
The first item on your list is HB 2079. I think it says on your list that it's on page 37 of the omnibus list. It's on page 3 of your yellow packet. The committee requested to review this week because it was still in conference committee. I will inform the committee that it is on Senate General Orders today to review the CCR. So HB 2079 combined the language of 3 bills. It would include language for the Charitable Organizations and Solicitations Act, which the Attorney General requested the appropriation of a new fund, 1 FTE position, and the appropriation of $89,128,000 SGF. That is transferring the program from the Secretary of State's office to the Attorney General. On page 4 of your yellow packet, it also includes the Safe at Home program, also transferring from the Secretary of State to the Attorney General. The Attorney General indicated that they could absorb the cost of that particular program within existing resources. The next item is Kansas Fights Addiction Act. That was originally an SB 264 and was combined into this bill. The agency is requesting the creation of 2 new no-limit funds. One would be the Kansas Municipalities Fights Addiction Act, the Kansas Fights Addiction Act and the Municipalities Fight Addiction Act. Both of these funds would be for the opioid settlement money that the state would receive. The Kansas Fights Addiction Act would be the state dollars that the Attorney General plans to make grants from, and the 25% to the municipalities would be those municipalities' legal fees and for other costs involved in opioid litigation. So again, that was just a request for 2 new no-limit funds. And that last portion is human trafficking notices. This was originally included in SB 56 and was included in HB 2079 in conference. The agency requested expenditures for printing and posting of notices between $2,990,000 and $6,590, all SGF for both fiscal year 21 and 22. I'm happy to stand for any questions on any of the parts of that bill.
Any questions for Gabrielle? I guess when we discussed this last week, both of these were in conference. What is the status of these 2 bills?
They are currently, the CCR is on Senate General Orders today, so it should be coming up soon.
Which CCR? 2079 or 2158?
2079.
2079.
Actually, both are on the calendar, so they're both up today. 2079 will come first, though.
Okay. Any questions for Gabrielle? Okay, thank you. Is there any action that the committee wishes to take on these 2 items? All right, seeing none. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Provided these CCRs come through, does that automatically entail the funding, or is that something that we're going to have to appropriate separately?
We'd have to appropriate separately.
All right.
I mean, we could have a motion saying upon passage and entered into law, then these items are created, and if they don't pass, then they're negated. That doesn't happen.
I think that sounds like an excellent motion. I would make it myself if you hadn't already.
I didn't make a motion.
Well, then I will make that motion.
All right. Committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Hoffman. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, Representative Sutton, you may close.
Close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, thank you.
And was that for HB 2079 and HB 2158?
It was for both, yes.
Thank you so much.
All right, now we'll turn to the Insurance Department and the Department Administration. So I'd have, I don't know who's going to speak. Martin is going to speak on that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. GBA number 3, item 4 is on page 5 of the GBA packet. It concerns the Securities Act fee fund lawsuit and a pending settlement agreement related to that lawsuit. It would reduce state general fund transfers for FY21 and 2022 in the amount of $13.5 million in 21 and roughly $13 million for 2022. It would increase the expenditure limitation for the insurance department on their Securities Act fee fund by $700,000, as well as $6 million of the state general fund to the Department of Administration for the payment of the monetary settlement. And I'll stand for questions.
Committee, any questions for Martin? Now, if you refer to the blue document that was passed out earlier this morning, Under the Department of Administration, item number 1, it states that we did not adopt the GBA, but do we need to provide language to stop the transfer? Is that correct? All right, so if you refer to that item on page number 1, it does say that we did not adopt GBA number 3, but at the end it says we would review at a later date. Well, this is a later date. Does the committee wish to review it? I'm not seeing anything of changing the actions of last week. However, we would need to have language adopted that says we will not do the transfer. Representative Landwehr makes a motion, second by Representative Sutton. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, Representative Landwehr, you may close. All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, thank you, Martin. Now we'll have Aaron come up in regards to the Kansas Bureau investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me all right.
Can we turn the volume up a little bit?
Testing.
Hey, Aaron.
All right, just continuing. I have, for the KBI, I have GBA number 3, item 5, increased telecommunication costs, which is actually on page 6 of the GBA if you have it before you. Basically, the committee asked the question as to why is the KBI the only agency requesting increased telecommunication costs. The director actually did provide a memo on KBI letterhead you may have before you, or staff may need to hand it out, but I can summarize it for you, that basically the KBI, in the reevaluation of OITS, which is the Office of Information Technology Services, their offerings went down from 51 to 30 for the services they provide, and some agencies saw more or less impacts due to this. Basically, the two services that the agency, the KBI, requests through OITS is the telecommunication services for the Kansas Criminal Justice Information System, as well as the Voice over Internet Protocol phones, about 452 of those. The KBI used 2021 to collaborate with OITS and seek additional funding possibilities through other providers, but actually did decide to finally go with OITS. However, the decision to go with OITS was after the original submission of the agency's 2021 budget to the legislature. The second page of the handout from the KBI shows you that the rates did increase by $86,552 at the very bottom of that page, the second to last column. You'll see the increase for 2022, and that would essentially show the amount the agency is requesting as part of the GBIA that the governor has recommended, all from the State General Fund for fiscal year 2022.
And that dollar amount, Aaron, is approximately $86,500.
The dollar amount is $86,552.
All right. Committee, any questions for Aaron? Representative Francis?
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to make a motion to approve the GBA.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Wolfmore. Discussion on the motion, Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to express appreciation to the KBI for utilizing existing state services through OITS rather than seeking an outside, often not integrated system for their technological needs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close on my motion.
Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, Aaron, the next item. Aaron?
I apologize. This is item letter B, House Bill 2058, the Kansas Protection on Firearms Rights Act, was originally vetoed by the governor on April 23rd. On May 3rd, both the House and the Senate voted to override this veto. As you'll see in your original omnibus memo on page 31, House Bill 2058 would amend law related to the recognition and issuance of concealed carry licenses and create 2 concealed carry license classes, as well as the creation of the Kansas Protection on Firearms Rights Act. The KBI, as they're part of it, upon issuance of an expungement order, the KBI would be required to report this information to the FBI, that such expungement records should be withdrawn from the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. The KBI would be required to include such expungement order in the person's criminal history record for the purpose of documenting the restoration of the person's right to keep and bear arms. And as I noted, the bill was vetoed originally, but both the House and Senate have overridden this veto. The KBI is requesting $250,000, all from the State General Fund, to contract the vendor updates to the criminal history repository inclusive of expungement responsibilities included within the bill and related coding and software expenditures for fiscal year 2022.
All right, thank you, Aaron. Any discussion on this item with Aaron? Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. The $250,000 sure seems like an awfully round number for some coding and some software. Did they send this out for bids, or they have specific information that this is the amount, or is this just a guesstimate?
Actually, after session, Aaron, I can answer this.
Okay.
I had a discussion with the KBI in regards to this figure. It was an assumption that that's how much this would cost for the criminal history repository to, I guess, transfer those items. They had told me after session that it is lower than the $250,000. So yeah, they don't need $250,000. They went actually and found out that it's actually lower than that. So if there would be a motion to approve this, I would suggest it say up to $250,000.
So moved.
All right, you've heard the motion. Is it seconded by Representative Burrows? Mm-hmm. And we'll lapse whatever they don't use if that's fine with the maker of the motion. Seconded by Representative Burrows. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, you may close on your motion. Representative Owens.
I close. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, now we'll have Matthew with the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services. Never mind, that item got stricken, so we're not going to have that with KDADs. So Stephen is going to give us an update on the item that we briefly discussed last week in regards to the KPERS debt service. Stephen?
Good morning, community. This item is for HB 2405. It's been signed into law. It's the bonding bill for the KPERS pension obligation bonds. This is a matter of whether or not this committee would like to fund, appropriate the amount for the debt service for that. Or that, as a reminder for that bill, it authorizes KDFA to issue up to $500 million in bonds at up to 4.3% interest rate. The current estimate for the interest payment for that is about $21.6 million. The principal payment amount is not known yet, won't be known until those bonds are issued. So it is, would leave it to the discretion of this committee whether they would like to appropriate funds for that this year or wait until next year to deal with it as a supplemental.
Do we know when they are going to secure the bonds?
I don't believe the short answer is no. I don't believe a final date has been set yet. That's the latest information I have.
So can we have language that would appropriate once the bonds are let?
Sure. Absolutely.
All right. Any discussion or questions for Stephen? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for bringing the issue to our attention. So the exact date's uncertain. It's probably in the June timeframe, assuming everything stays on track. So what we're looking for essentially is an appropriation in 2022.
Correct.
And
I'm sorry about that. I was talking with the reviser.
Oh, no problem. You may have more relevant information than what I have to share, so. But I would move that we do add the appropriation for debt service when the bond is issued for 2022. The amount would be the interest or less. That's at the 4.3 rate, and then whatever principal amount is there. So that would, I would make that motion. And then subsequently, I'd want to make sure that we have the offsetting amount out of the budget for the CAPERS UAL payment.
All right. Committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Francis. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Johnson, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Next is Dylan with the Department of Revenue. Dylan?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sorry. Representative Johnson?
I'm not sure if we were clear if there is confusion on the other part or at what time we'd want to confirm that. That bond payment would replace some portion of what we're making on the UAL payment, which I think would come out, but I would offset those also in that without having some action somewhere, there's a 3-year delay on when that would show up on the payment that would come to us from CAPERS. So we just want that offset to occur when the debt service starts, that we recognize that that $500 million is no longer a part of the UAL to be calculating our payment to CAPERS. So in short, that $25 million addition should take out a 40-some million payment to CAPERS. And perhaps the reviser knows if that was already addressed or not.
Revisers? David?
Just to clarify, so that would be that the rates for fiscal 22 and 23 would be reduced, and we would do that within the existing contribution rate statute. We would just say for those fiscal years, it'd be set at the rate to reflect the reduction of the UAO 500 million. So yeah.
That would be something for us to consider. We could certainly out-contribute, which I would appreciate, but that's only my position. When we talked about the bonding, we did talk about saying once the 500 is received, we would recognize that in calculating what the UAL payment would be, rather than delaying that the 3 years that it would come back to us through the process of calculating the payment, if that makes sense.
David?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think that, yeah, because without action, you wouldn't see that reflected until the fiscal 24 contribution rates as they get, there's a lag there. So yeah, to realize any reduction in the UAL based on the 500 million, the bonds being issued, you'd have to take action to basically hardwire the rates for fiscal 22 and 23 at a lower amount.
Representative Johnson?
Do you want to deal with that issue now or at a later time, Mr. Chair?
At a later time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Now, Dylan.
Good morning, committee. Thank you very much. So Senate Bill 50 was an item that was not on the original omnibus memorandum. You may recall that had been vetoed. That veto has now been overridden. The Department of Revenue is requesting some additional FTE and some funding for those FTE positions. The original fiscal note was $753,970. In conversations with the Department of Revenue, they've indicated that those implementation, mostly IT, some testing, and some form publication revisions can be done from within existing resources. However, they are asking for funding for 6.0 FTE positions at $356,571 from the SGF. That comes out to roughly, I think it's like $59,000 per person. It's 3 customer rep seniors, 3 customer rep specialists, It's 2 FTE positions to process the decoupling provisions. Specifically, there's some additional work that needs to be done when the deductions are being handled differently between the state and the feds. They're asking for 2 additional FTE positions to process and answer questions for remote sellers on the sales tax provisions. They're asking for 1 additional FTE positions. This is regarding the guilty filings, so those revisions that are in there. And they're asking for 1 additional FTE position in asset recovery or audit, the audit division. And I can answer some of the questions on that if you have any.
What is the current vacancy in the Department of Revenue?
So I didn't bring that number with me. There have been some substantial reductions in the Department of Revenue, particularly in as part of the governor's recommendation. They did take the 10% reduction, stuff like that, but I'd have to go pull that number for you at this time.
Would it be safe to say that the number that they're requesting could be basically attrition?
So, I mean, that was part of their shrink reduction that was done. I did in the conversations with them, they'd have more than adequate FTE positions in order to be able to cover this. What they're really looking for is a salary to fund the new positions in order to be able to do that. They say they don't really need the additional, they do have vacant positions at this time. It's just a question of the funding for those positions.
So those vacant positions aren't currently funded?
They have unfunded vacant positions that they can use for that. But if you want the precise current vacancy rate, I'd have to get that from the Department of Revenue.
I just wanted to see whether or not this number of positions could be calculated into their current vacant positions.
Certainly.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you look for that information, I'd like to know how many vacant funded positions are in existence rather than the vacant unfunded positions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dylan.
I can get that information for you. Should I bring the shrinkage rate as well at the same time? So that kind of, you might, keep in mind you have vacant funded positions and then you also have a negative salary adjustments. And I know we hate to go there, these conversations, when we're not in general government budget, but there will be a negative adjustment against those as well. So I can bring you a table with both those pieces of data.
When do people have that information?
I should be able to get it for you today.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion on this item for Dylan? Does the committee wish to take any action on these items at this point? Dylan? Oh. All right. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it would be appropriate to get that information before we make any decisions on it. So could we move that to tomorrow or what have you?
Well, we only have a few more items left. I really don't want, and for the sake of time, because we do have a finite resolution that says we are going to be out of here May 11th. So it would be
lots of time.
My discretion. Well, but you also have to figure we have to go to conference. We have to draft the omnibus bill. We have to debate it on the floors. I mean, so there's a time spread there that we're crunched for that. So whether or not we want to fund some positions and have this be reviewed during the interim, that'd be an option. We could not do anything at all and just have it fall within the existing vacant positions that they have, or we could fund the entire thing. I think we should have a discussion on moving this forward, and because we only have a few items left, and it's 11:25. And so the intent is to have our position today. Representative Helgerson.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we put in, you said it was $300 and some thousand?
$356,571.
$356,000, no FTEs, with the understanding that the conference committee has the full discretion to adjust that as they get additional information. But that gets us off dead center and gives you an opportunity to go to conference.
I appreciate your trust, Representative Helgerson. You've heard the motion.
Keep that in mind for later.
You've heard the motion, second by Representative Sutton. Discussion on the motion. All right, seeing none. Representative Helgerson, you may close. All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. All right, thank you, Dylan.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make one quick point?
Yes.
And it's an unrelated item. Given the conversation this morning regarding the Children's Initiatives Fund, with the implementation of the employee salary plan, the EDIF is also negative to the tune of $200,000. I just wanted to bring that to the committee's attention, but it's not on the memorandum. But
Okay.
I want you to know. All right?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Shirley, we'll talk about the Board of Regents.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Committee. I have one item, the Kansas Promise Scholarship Act. We did already talk about this, and the committee had added the $10 million. Unfortunately, I forgot to add for the reappropriation language. So at this time, with the committee's will, if we could add reappropriation language to that scholarship fund.
And the funding for the Promise Scholarship Act, was that in 2007? Or is it in the omnibus? It's in the omnibus.
It's in the omnibus.
And after the discussion we had this morning, is that a dollar amount that could be factored into the maintenance of effort?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any questions for Shirley? Is there a motion to add the language? Representative Landwehr makes the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Humphreys. Discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none. Representative Landwehr, you may close. All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. Next item, which is going to be passed out. This actually, committee, was an item that we had tabled to have a discussion at omnibus, but was omitted on the yellow document that we received on the 27th. So they are passing out the omitted item so that we can have a discussion on this as well. So Shirley, if you want to give us a briefing on that particular item.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The House had an item of $10 million that had language included with it that asked the universities to offer in-person classes that were in-person prior to COVID, refund money for some of the COVID-related changes directly to the students and not providing a credit, and following the board policy for deferred maintenance. That language was attached to $10 million, and during conference committee, the conference took the Senate position of the $25.9 million, and so the language did not go forward. And that was something that the committee wanted to discuss.
All right, thank you, Shirley. Any discussion on this item? Again, I'll ask the same question I did on the prior item. If we would appropriate this, would this fall under the classification for the maintenance of effort?
Yes, it should.
Should, okay. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we discussed this in our committee the last time, item number 2 was discussed to include food. So I think that one of the universities, University of Kansas, was not providing the credit back for meals. And so I would ask that that be clarified, and if we are approving this motion, that that be adapted to include meal plans.
Are you making a motion, Representative Williams?
Yes, I would make a motion that we approve items 1, 2, and 3 with the appropriate changes, including the food credit.
Okay, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Landwehr.
No, it should.
Discussion on the motion. Oh, Representative Wolfmore.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure I understand what we're doing. So, is it an additional amount with the meal plan money more than the 10 million is my first question.
The 10,
Williams.
sorry.
I was asking.
Oh, Shirley, sorry.
The 10 million would need to be added in.
So,
as part of this motion.
so that's
There's no money right now associated with.
okay, maybe I'm not following it. So So there's 10 million here, and then is there an additional 10 million? Okay, maybe Representative Williams needs to clarify.
Sure. So my motion would include everything on this page, but adding a clarifying item that students that received credits in 2020, in the spring of 2020, at some universities, they didn't receive a refund. They received a credit for food. And so some students have between, $1,000 to $3,000 sitting in credits that they can't use for textbooks. They no longer live in the dorms, and every other university provided them back, except we understand perhaps one has not. So that is what I'm clarifying, is that they take those credits and they provide the refunds like other universities if they're getting this $10 million.
Okay, and then I have a follow-up question, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
That's fine.
So that's part of this 10 million. I get that now. Thank you very much for clarifying. So with that provision, does this won't come out of university funds? This will count towards the maintenance of effort, even with that added. Is that correct?
So if I understand, we would be reinserting a line item called Need-Based Aid Scholarships and Recruitment Fund with $10 million, and yes, that would go toward maintenance of effort.
Okay, thank you. Even with the provision that the representative added, it would still could count towards maintenance of effort. Is that what you're?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Because the money is actually going for scholarships, and that would go toward maintenance of effort. This is just a action item for the universities to do in order to obtain those funds.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need a further clarification. All right. So if some of the students, and you're mentioning KU specifically, had food credit, now does that mean, do they get that money back in a check, or do they get a card or something that says they can spend it for anything else on campus?
That'd be for the maker of the motion, Representative Williams.
So I think the original intent was that they would get the money back. Many of them have already received refunds across the state for their housing. They have already received the credit, kind of, I don't know if it's in a charge card form, but they can't use it except for food and some other limited purposes. And it sounded like from the testimony that we received that the majority of all the universities already provided the money back to the students except for one. So we're trying to make the students whole, that they are not having to go buy Coca-Cola 1,000 times in order to, use their $1,400 back. The kids are wasting their money trying to spend it down, and they can't even use it for a textbook. So I think it needs to go back as a return, not a credit. It says have refunded.
Representative Ballard.
As for a clarification, all right. I agree with you wholeheartedly. They should get their money back. All I'm trying to just decide to understand is, will they get this money in lump sum and they can go anywhere they want to go spend it, or will they get this money back or reissue another card that they use it, but it is in relation to at the University of Kansas on their education?
Representative Williams.
Well, the language says have refunded any money, and it says at the end directly to the student and not by providing a credit. So the way that the language currently reads, to me, that is a refund. It is that student's money. It is not the university's money. Once they relinquish that back in a refund, it is no longer required to be spent anywhere determined by the university. If I'm misunderstanding, I would definitely ask clarification.
That's correct.
Okay. But okay, I understand it. I may not agree with it, but I understand it. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Representative Rogers.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I had to step out. How many dollars are we talking about here?
Representative Williams.
Do we know how many dollars?
Yeah, I don't know how many dollars the one university still has not provided back in credit.
Can we just call it out? I mean, we're dodging the question. Is it KU? Is that what it is?
That's the one that provided testimony that they did not provide back.
I mean, I don't know why we're dodging around. I mean, if it's one, let's just, let's just say who it is, because people are listening and watching online. I think they're going, well, was it my university? I mean, I guess I don't know
it was
what.
the University of Kansas.
Okay.
There may be others, but it seemed like that was the only one.
Any further discussion? Representative Wolfmore.
So I'll follow up on the question of how much. So we don't really know how big a chunk we're taking of the money that they would get towards maintenance, we would use towards maintenance of effort, because we don't know how much that number is, correct?
That's not part of the $10 million.
Exactly.
The $10 million goes for scholarships. 1, 2, and 3 are actions the university must take in order to obtain some of the $10 million to use as scholarships.
Oh.
Thank you, Shirley. Representative Landwehr.
If I'm understanding the motion correct, Mr. Chairman, is this, the motion that's on the table before us has nothing technically to do with the $10 million.
Correct.
This is money that the university already received from the students for food, vouchers, or however they do that. And some of those students, because they are such large balances, could use that money for books or other things, and they're just wanting their money back. So it shouldn't have any impact on the 10 million.
That's my understanding of the motion as well. I mean, this is the students' money. It's just specifying that it can be used for any purchase except for just a credit on the university's campus. So there's nothing expended out of this motion from the $10 million. That money has already been reimbursed. Representative Rogers.
Mr. Chairman, again, I hate to belabor the fact, but we've had a lot of discussion about this. So even though it's not a credit, will the student be issued, as I think one representative said, a card that they can go to the south end of town and use it, or does it have to be used on campus you're wanting the student to get the cash back, in a sense, is what you're wanting. Is that correct?
Representative Williams?
Yes, that is correct. It is a refund, just like they never use the money, and so all other universities provided that back as a refund. We're asking for there be a fairness and equity to those students.
So it's not an accounting headache for KU. It's just they will issue the dollars back, and then the student can go to a different university to spend it, or whatever they want, correct?
Absolutely correct,
Okay.
because they already have an account balance for all of these students, and now they're holding on to the students' money. And they're the ones that are drawing interest, and they're the ones that are dictating how it's used. We're saying, no, that's the students' money, give it back.
Any further discussion on the motion? Representative Wolfmore.
I'm sorry, I don't have so much a question on Representative Williams. Now I'm back to just this. So in order for the universities to get, this says in order for them to get their federal funding, they would have to follow these three things. Is that what you're saying, Shirley? I'm sorry.
No, there's no federal funding involved. The 10 million is state general fund. You're adding a line item for a need-based aid scholarship and recruitment fund. It'll be in the Board of Regents budget, and they will determine the money going to the universities if they perform the 3 action items. But the money is for scholarships, and that works to help the maintenance of effort.
I'm remembering now. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Williams, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. That was the second item in regards to the Board of Regents, and let's continue the conversation. Yes, Shirley?
Well, if I could just clarify, because her motion was basically for the action items and to add the meal plan, did the motion include the entire, the $10 million in the scholarship fund?
It was my knowledge it did, but Representative Williams?
Okay, I just.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to continue with the Board of Regents, or let's just call it the maintenance of effort that we need to address in regards to the GBA number 4 that Director Profit gave us a briefing on the first item this morning, and how we want to specify how those dollars are going to be spent in regards to higher education. So we'll open it up to discussion in regards to addressing the GBA item number 4. I guess the first is whether or not the committee wants to adopt the GBA, and then we'll have specific language on exactly how those items and what items can be used with the $53 million. I would contend that the last two items that we just agreed upon in committee would be factored into that because we had had that clarified by Shirley when she was addressing the committee that yes, they would be able to constitute towards the maintenance of effort. But again, first we have to decide whether or not we want to adopt the GBA, and then we'll have the specific items in regards to the maintenance of effort. Any discussion? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we adopt the GBA.
With specific language.
Yeah, this.
Let me find my, where's that?
And the specific language.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion to adopt GBA number 4 with specific language, seconded by Representative Prahl. Discussion on the motion. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I would like a little more information. I'll start by saying the GBA is $53 million, and we have already put, let's say what we just did counts, so that's 20, so we're down to 33, right?
That would be correct.
That we need to, if we adopt this GBA. My question is, when we got the report from the budget chairman, he said right now, higher education budget is between 9.1 and 9.4 of the total budget. And we don't know what it is exactly because we don't know how the omnibus, or what's going to happen, what we're going to pass. So we don't know the exact number. And I think the 53 was, if we were at 9.1, then we have to add 53 million to get up to the 10.4% is what we're required to do. And if y'all have read the memo, then you probably understand what I'm saying. But to get the federal funds, 10.4% of our budget has to have gone to higher ed. Right now, we're at either 9.1 to 9.4. And so we don't know the exact number, and we're making a good effort to get to that 53. And I understand we're under a time crunch, but if we don't need to put 53, if we're at the 9.4, I would like to ask, what is the number? I'm assuming the 53 is a 9.1 number because I believe that's what he said, that it's up to 53. So maybe I'm getting in the weeds, but when we're talking about millions of dollars, maybe it's worth getting in the weeds. Does anyone have the answer to that?
It's worth it, but I would also say from the Division of Budget, I'm sure this is not, obviously, this is not a new subject. This has been lingering around for months. It was just that the GBA was just submitted to us, as I mentioned yesterday, not even 24 hours ago. We received the GBA. I would factor that there are calculations in determining what that dollar amount is accurate. And that would be the request from the Division of Budget and also from the governor's office that we do expend the $53 million. The other thing that I would point out is that if we don't do that, we could possibly risk not only higher ed federal funding, but also K through 12 federal funding. So this is the information that they have supplied to us. So I would just say let's stay with the 53 million because that's what's been supplied. I'm going to resort to their calculations on deriving that number. However, I think this committee needs to decide how that money is going to be dispersed into the system-wide.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
I'm also wondering if the motion includes the fact that we are going to go ahead and put in a waiver request.
Yes, it does.
And so is there a way to hold back some of the appropriation to wait to see if we get the waiver or not? We kind of ask Adam that, but I don't feel like we got a really clear answer on what's the procedure for, we asked for a waiver, what if we get it? And then are we just,
Well, I think
how's
he
that going to
said-
work?
I think in his comments earlier this morning, he did say that if we do the 53 million, it's in a way kind of like a good faith, I don't know how to say it, good faith show towards the waiver. If we don't do anything, and we do nothing at all, I think it hurts our chances in getting a waiver. That was the perception I was getting from the director of budget. So it's good faith effort to the federal government that we're doing something when we apply for the waiver. Yes, there is a time frame. I think he said we have until December 31st of 2021 to apply for the waiver. Most likely we're going to be doing that prior to that. I would assume probably after July 1 when this actually takes effect for fiscal year 2022. But at the same time, if we actively want to pursue the waiver, from his comments, it would be best to do the 53 million, which is being asked now, in hopes that we do get the waiver in this. And the other thing I want to point out is this 53 million, if we decide to disperse these funds, is one-time money, because the anticipation is that we're going to be getting the waiver, and this is not going to be an ongoing expense with the higher education system, where they'll be coming back to us later. I think that was expressed earlier this morning with the director of budget. So when we look at items like scholarships, that can be classified as one-time money. And then we need to look at other items that we could capital outlay would factor into the maintenance of effort. The utility costs that some of our universities have experienced could be factored in. Staffing contracts, that can be factored in. But we need to be looking at one-time money and not an ongoing expense within the system. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you for that explanation. So are we going to just right now talk about where else? I mean, we've kind of done 20 at the today and now. So I would be interested in the capital outlay for our technical community colleges, some technical support for 3.5.
Let me check with Jill. All right.
How do you want to do it?
I guess.
He's going to start listing stuff, or what do you want to do?
I would say we'll just have a discussion on,
Okay.
Is it 3.5 million for the technical colleges?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is there any discussion on that particular item being added and included in the GBA? Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little bit confused. So we're on a motion to either adopt or not adopt the 50 or the 53 million. Then are we going to have a discussion on how to spend it if we adopt it, or are we going to do it all?
I would say that's probably the more concise way of moving forward. So let's go ahead and adopt the GBA, and then we'll start putting items in. And like Representative Humphrey says, we've already decided on 20 million that would qualify for it. So let's go ahead and adopt the GBA, and then go ahead and add the items.
Okay, so can I speak to the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
But actually, Representative Landwehr was first.
Okay, that's fine.
I would yield to my colleague from Johnson.
And she yields to you. So Representative
Then come back to me. Don't forget me. Don't.
I can't see how anybody could ever forget
Don't.
you. Mr. Chairman, this just seems kind of like a knee-jerk reaction to an email that we received on Sunday night at 7:45. And there's just a lot to discuss here. We're overfunded on K-12 by $100 million, underfunded on higher ed by about $100 million. It seems to matter that maybe we could find some way to transfer funds from one to the other without spending additional dollars. These funds do not have to come from state general fund. So there's a bigger discussion to be had, I think, on that. If we apply for a waiver, the waiver is not even due until 12/31. We're back in session just a few days later. And so why not just take this 20 million that we've already spent today, apply for a waiver for the rest of it, that'll give us time to make an educated decision and see what other states are doing with this. I mean, the goalpost keeps getting moved, and it may be moved back by the time we come back, and we will have already spent all this money. And so, I mean, I think we should just leave it at the $20 million that we've already spent, apply for the waiver, and buy some time to make an educated decision. That's just a.
Are you making a substitute motion?
Yes, I'll make a substitute motion if that's okay.
All right, committee, you've heard the substitute motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Owens. Discussion on the motion. Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is what I was going to speak to earlier, is Representative Tarwater and Chairman, I want to make sure that we have language in this, and staff is very good at this. I know Amy is especially, is that the waiver is done first. That's option number one. If that doesn't come in, then we revert to whatever the decision is on this motion. And should that amount be less than what we are going to appropriate, that money lapses back to SGF or wherever it came from. I think that needs to be a part of this motion if we're going to be on a substitute. Because if this one doesn't pass, then I would ask for that same language to be put on the original motion. That gives us our out with not knowing if we're dealing with an accurate number or a moving number.
Does the maker of the motion want to add that language?
Well, if this motion passes, the motion would be to not adopt the GVA, but move forward with the 20 million that we've already appropriated. So there would be no money to put back because we're already appropriating $20 million to these other two programs. So it would.
Representative Landwehr.
Okay, so I misunderstood your motion. So clarifying what you just said, you are only wanting to appropriate the $20 million that we've added in two other areas and not appropriate the 33 additional from the 53.
Right, just send in the.
So it's a
the
completely, yeah, so it's a
And buy
completely
time.
different motion.
Right, to buy
Right.
time.
So mine wouldn't be appropriate on this one here, Mr. Chairman. It would be appropriate on the original motion.
All right. Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I will oppose this motion. First of all, the 53 million is just the good faith effort. The number they're saying actually we need to meet maintenance of effort is 106, and I think they're doing the 53 for sort of good faith. If we wait for a waiver, first of all, we don't know when the waiver would come in. In the meantime, we might be found in violation of maintenance of effort, and we're putting all this money at risk. We don't, these are the federal rules. We don't get to control these. I think this would be risky beyond measure with the federal funds that we should get. And then the other point I wanted to make is I do realize that K-12 meets maintenance of effort and higher ed does not. But Adam made it clear, and I had asked the question before I even come in here, you can't blend the two. It doesn't sound fair, I understand, but that's the rules. So you can't say one's up, one's down, can we transfer one to another? You can't do that from everything I understand. So like I said, it may not seem fair, these aren't our rules, but I certainly don't want to put that amount of money at risk. So I will be opposing this. Thank you, Mr.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too will oppose it. And my reason is I asked the director this morning, was there such a thing as a payment plan? And part of that I was thinking in terms of could we give them just so much and then carry us for a while before we did it? And he says that, does that mean multiple years or within that year? And he sort of explained that. So for this reason, I mean, he indicated that that really would not work. I would prefer at this point that we do the GBA and that we add the language that was suggested by another representative in order to cover, but we have our request in for a waiver. So it didn't seem like we could just pay a little bit at a time. We had to make some substantial commitment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is just information as we have this conversation, but what is the status of state pay plan increases as far as it relates to higher ed. Originally, I think in their budget, 10 million was supposed to go for a 2.5% increase. And I understand that it's got to come through conference and everything. But is there anything in any of our budgets that address salary increases at higher ed that would, in effect, increase our maintenance of effort as we have this conversation?
This is aside from the motion. But I would say we did have the override on the 10,000,009, I believe, was the amount that the governor had, or 10,000,003, that the governor had put in her budget for pay increases for higher education. That was changed to address deferred maintenance. We overrode that. And they are not included in the 2.5% for state employees.
Thank you.
Representative Estes.
My comment is almost thinking out loud turned into a question. I didn't hear anything that was said this morning by the director that there's a guarantee that if we spend the amount he recommended, we were more or less likely to get a waiver. I think within the amount, we bear the same amount of risk. So maybe Shirley or someone else can clarify that for us. I do like the idea of slowing this down so that we spend carefully. So maybe someone can answer my question.
Representative Humphreys or Shirley? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One clarification is we're not going to be penalized. This is money that has to be spent in fiscal year 2022. And so we have the chance to spend it even if we appropriated it in January of 2022. If we, to the point of spending this $20 million and then applying for the waiver, we're not going to be penalized because they're letting people apply for the waiver until the end of December. So there's no us holding off. There's no, I believe, but I'd love if someone has a different information, please speak up. We're not going to be penalized for that. The timing issue has a little bit to do with if we need to appropriate more funds when we come back in January, it would need to be done very quickly if we didn't get the waiver, and it would need to be spent in fiscal year 2022. Now, we've already put 20 million in, so that's a less amount, but as far as being, to the other representatives' comments, right now, that money is not being held over our head until they know if it was spent in 2022 or not. That's my understanding, to clarify. Did that answer your question?
So you're saying you see no harm in us slowing down?
I would agree with that.
Thank you so much.
At the moment, yes. Just
Thank you.
until we know more.
Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would oppose this amendment because it seems to me like what we need to do right now is put in at least half of what we think we owe, which is half of 105 or half of 106. So the 53 million. And then in the following year, if we have room to adjust, we don't need to do 106 perhaps next for 2023. That we could make that adjustment down if, but I think the way it looks, we need to do this as a bare minimum, and I would oppose the motion. Thank you.
Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to belabor this, but I'm uncomfortable even with the amount that we've proposed in the original motion. I think that's a little dicey after hearing from the budget director. I think negotiating ourselves down really undercuts the idea that we are putting forward a good faith effort. We might not like this political reality, but I would think about this from the terms of the administration in Washington, D.C. They passed a relief package that tried to explicitly say, you may not use federal funds to offset a tax cut. We have passed a tax cut in Kansas. If they get the chance to, if they feel like playing hardball on that term, we are going to give them the best example they will get from anywhere in the country on denying some of those funds. And given the history in Kansas with shorting education funding for the sake of tax cuts, If the Biden administration wants to make a political point on this, I think we would be giving them the best opportunity to do so. Now, we might not like that, we may disagree with that, but I do think that is part of the political reality, and negotiating ourselves down from what was already not a sure thing, anywhere near a sure thing on getting approved on a waiver just seems reckless to me. So I will be opposing the substitute motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Rogers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I hope we don't go off on a tangent now about talking about political realities, because if we are, y'all are missing lunch. So, I mean, okay, my question is on this 57, 20, 30, whatever. Even though it's one-time money, what does this do as far as for budgets? Say we hold off or we do whatever till January when we come back next session. That's the political reality because, I think we're still a sovereign state. So let's talk about that political reality. But if that money, is kind of there, if we don't get the waiver, what does that have to do with any sort of budgeted money that would go to the regions? I guess is that kind of a moot point? Because we're talking whether it's 57, 106, or wait and see what happens next year. And the political reality is, yeah, we come back in January, but it's going to be probably May before we would tackle anything fiscally. So I guess that's my question. I'm not sure who can answer that question.
I'll try to. I would say in regards to how the money would be spent, that would be, I mean, we were starting that conversation and then I pulled it back to see whether or not we even want to adopt the GBA, and then we'll start looking at the line items that would be spent within the border regions and how that money would be spent. Like I mentioned this morning, Representative Humphreys and I met with research yesterday. I met with the speaker. I have had discussions with the border regions, with the CEOs of many of the universities across the state of Kansas, and there is an identification of one-time money that could be used. Obviously, this committee just took action where we've allocated $20 million of the 53 that would be for scholarships. One-time money would be used in fiscal year 2022. And I would say the issue in the area of concern, if we do not do anything and we do not get the waiver and then it comes back that we have to appropriate another $53 million when we come back in January, is, okay, so we want to come back and actually do another $80 million above the $20 million that we already approved today in January? And we're going to have to meet that. I mean, it's going to be a federal guideline that we're going to have to meet if we don't get the waiver. This is an attempt, as the budget director said, and believe me, I'm not happy about this either, but we do have to adhere to the rules of the federal government. And we take into jeopardy not only federal dollars that go to higher education, but also the federal dollars that go into K through 12 education as well. That's a risk. So if we do the good faith effort, hopefully that grants us the waivers, and then we don't have to address this in January. But again, yes, there's unknowns, there's uncertainty. That's with anything that we do in this building. Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess my follow-up then is, even if we pass the 57 now, there's a chance that early next session we would have to come up with the additional 40.
They could not grant the waiver, and then we'd have to come up with another $53 million.
Right.
That to be spent in fiscal year 2022.
And that is part of one-time money because of COVID relief, because of the March bill? I guess
it's my knowledge, yes, it's because of the, what is it, ARPA or whatever that relief package is. I mean, the other relief packages had other standing provisions in regards to maintenance of equity and then maintenance of effort. This is a consequence of that bill that was passed.
Mr. Chairman, I'll quit. I don't mean to belabor the fact. I'm just trying to, I know obviously all these come with different things, and so the proper way to move forward, that's what I'm trying to seek. So
No,
thank you.
I completely understand and agree with you. All right. Any other further discussion on the substitute motion? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate a lot of things I've learned from my colleagues here. I do hear the message that spending some of it over time can help us to better spend it. And this doesn't necessarily drive a decision, but has the Senate taken a position one way or the other on this one yet?
I have no knowledge of what the Senate has done in regards to this.
And to another representative's earlier comment, I know that it may continue to be resolved in conference despite our best efforts here. The uncertainty is there. We're not going to know what it takes to do it. Could we get by with less? Possibly. I have a concern about how the budget gets driven outside of this room, in that the 17 to 19 timeframe was driven by a lawsuit, water under the bridge, not right or wrong. It's a reality that we have. And then that time frame, based on maintenance of effort, starts to drive other things. If the federal government would insist on using those type of metrics for transportation or other areas, suddenly the state appropriation process seems to be no longer relevant to that. And at a higher level, I'd want to push back to the feds on that to say, we need to make sure that we look at a comprehensive piece rather than applying these metrics and declaring the efforts of the states to govern essentially null and void. So for those pieces, I would like the lower number to push back to that, but I appreciate the minds that tell us what the reality is that we're stuck facing, knowing that those are big dollars that were handed down by the feds. But I appreciate the motion and would be inclined to go along with that, but would continue to look at what negotiations had to happen going into conference.
Any further comments or discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, Representative Tarwater, you may close on your substitute motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the crux of the issue to me is that we were just told this. Every state is in the same trick bag as we are. We're all going to be applying for waivers because everyone's out of whack. The goalpost changes so often. I mean, if you remember back, the first lump sum, we had to absolutely spend it by 12/31, or we lost it. Then as states started pushing back on that, they said, oh, well, that's fine. You can go ahead and spend it however you want. So what if that happens and we have just blown $53 million because we're looking for places to put this money? I just think it's more fiscally responsible to wait it out and see where the goalpost ends up rather than continuing trying to hit it. And so I'll just close with that. Thanks.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The noes appear to have it. Division has been called. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Is Brett voting? Motion passes on a vote 10-9. Christie's not. Representative Estes.
I'd like to make a motion that we set up an interim committee as a show of good faith to continue to plan how we would spend additional money so we can use that time we have responsibly to plan responsible spending.
Well, I would say the LCC will be creating all the interim committees that we normally do have. I don't know, Representative Huffpreys, is there a interim committee on higher education? There is the Legislative Budget Committee where that could be factored into, and that recommendation can be made to the LCC at given time. We've done that in the past. Obviously, we did that on Monday. And so, I mean, that would be a pathway. Or if your motion is to create an entirely different interim committee to address this matter.
I'd be happy to take that pathway in something that's pre-existing and is easy for us to do. Does that require a motion?
I mean, that it would require a motion that we could address it in the, I don't know if we want to specify the Legislative Budget Committee or another interim committee, or just an existing interim committee with approval going to the LCC. That would be appropriate.
Let's do so with the Legislative Budget Committee, please.
And Representative Landwehr is seconding or discussion?
Both. Both.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded to have this discussed as a item with an interim committee with the approval to LCC.
How did you vote now on that? I should have been 10 then.
It would still fail. Just a second, we're on a motion. Okay, so discussion on the motion. Representative Landwehr.
Well, we can either do it as a proviso in the bill, or we can just instruct the chair to send a letter from the Appropriations Committee asking for LCC to make sure that this topic is assigned to a committee. That way, if they want to assign it to the Budget Committee, they can do that, or if they wanted to create a new one, they could that as well.
I would agree.
All right, so that's fine. So, okay, any further discussion on the motion? Representative Landwehr.
So we need a motion to ask the committee to send a letter? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we're on a mission, unless you want to make a substitute motion, we're on an original motion.
All right, no, that's fine.
All right, any further discussion? All right, seeing none, Representative Estes, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Now, Representative Landwehr.
I think with the passage of the substitute motion, I think mine may have become moot.
Okay.
On the language, wouldn't you agree?
Probably so, and it's in the letter to leadership, regardless of a motion or not. Okay, that actually concludes all of the information that we had in regards to the items that we did not address last week. Committee, we're going to recess for lunch and come back at 1. At that time, we're going to open it up to other items for discussion. I hope there aren't too many. So we can get our position for the House and then have deliberations with the Senate. So we adjourned until 1, or we recessed until 1 p.m. All right, committee, we're going to go ahead and resume discussion. And this is, we kind of addressed all of the items from omnibus that needed to be addressed. You will have on your, at your places, items from the Department of Revenue that we asked for more information in regards for the positions that they needed to, that they were requesting. And Dylan has provided that for us. And he said that we approved the funding in our last action, but they could probably absorb the new positions with the existing vacancies that are currently with the Department of Revenue. Okay, so are there any other items that needs to be considered for the House position? Representative Helgerson.
Mr. Chairman, I first had a procedural question. Is we're going to pass this bill out today, and then is it going to the floor and we're going to debate it, or is there a different procedure that we're using?
The procedure that we're going to be using is this is going to be the House position. We're not going to be putting it into a bill. We're going to be conferencing most likely on claims against the state. And the Senate is doing the same procedure because of the time constraints that we are in with the resolution that was passed at adjournment. And so I believe the Senate Ways and Means is going in at 1 to generate their position, and then we will conference on the claims against the state.
Okay. Knowing that, then I have item number, page 5 of 7 on the blue sheets. Number 1, Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services. We had a fairly lengthy discussion. Yes, you can go ahead and hand out the amendment. We had a fairly lengthy discussion about the 988 programming and the additional CCBHC funding. We put in $7 million for the 988 hotline, and we put in 1.7 SGF, 3.9 million of the certified community behavioral health clinics. I had expressed my concerns about the idea of starting this program unless we knew the full extent of how much we were spending. I also said at that time that I'm in favor of spending the full amount, but I thought it was important to everyone to understand the financial ramifications of this. I think staff also has a sheet that shows that the department has provided that shows in fiscal 2022, 23, 24, 25, et cetera, what the projections are for this program, both in the 988 programming and in the additional CCBHC program. My amendment is that we are putting in the additional funding that's going to be required in fiscal year 23, 24. See, Jill, we did it for 23, 24, and 25. Okay. And that is my amendment. First of all, it was for informational, so you understood how much we're spending on this program and how it's going to be expended. The figures that are here give you a clear indication of what this is going to be. It does not include the additional, if you look at the sheet that's handed out, there are 2 columns. The 988 programming is 1 line. The amendment refers to the additional CCBHC program down on the 2nd column. So my motion is to add the out-year funding for the mental health services, and it will be adjusted according to caseload count. And in addition to caseload count, it will be required to have the performance measures that the feds have established and that will go in the out years. So my motion is to put the out-year funding in those 3 years of the program.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Francis. Discussion on the motion.
Brenda, you and me, so.
Representative Wolfmore.
So I guess I'm confused. So you're putting money in like 23 through 27 for these programs?
That's correct.
And so I didn't know we could put money in those out years yet. Can we?
We can put the money there, but future legislators and legislature will be able to adjust those at any time. But I'll also say that my information is that the column that I am adding to, which is the total of 9 million, the 19 million, and 28 million, that will be based in caseloads in the future. So unless you change the statute and unless you change the way we do caseloads, that will be in the bill. That will be an automatic appropriation that will be handed on from budget coming to us and whether or not we follow caseloads. Now, the one caveat in this, or there are several caveats, but in particular, is the 988 programming of $7 million that is listed as revised. As has been discussed, that was talked about of having, both by legislators and the agency, some dedicated funding in the out years, both this year and the out years. And if there is not a dedicated funding in the current year, that reverts back to federal funds and then eventually to SGF. I'm not touching that at all. It just means that that money is out there and will need to be appropriated in the out years if you're doing this.
Representative Wolfmore.
Okay, I'll just ask the question I'm thinking. So I remember when we talked about the 988, you seemed to be in opposition to spending that money, but now you're putting it in for years to come. Are you making a point? I don't know.
No.
I don't understand.
Representative Helgerson.
I'm not altering or changing any of that funding for the 988 program. I still have not been provided any information that says that the emergency numbers are of the value that we're going to spend. All I'm doing is putting in funding for the out years of the expansion of the community programs that has been passed by the law and by our appropriation committee. The funding for the others, the emergency number, not touching it at all. But I have it, it's listed out so you understand what the full appropriation request is going to be in the out years. I just want to make sure everybody understands the magnitude of the program that we're spending.
Representative Landwehr.
And I apologize for coming in late. And so I'm trying to skim through this, Representative Helgerson. And if it's all right with the committee, if we could have him go over those bullet by bullet so we can understand exactly what's doing, because I am totally lost on the 988 piece right now.
Representative Helgerson.
The 988 piece is not touched at all, both for the current year and the appropriation that you put in and in the out years. The document that you were handed, the beige document, the beige document only lists the amount of how much you're going to, that they expect to need in the out years for the funding of the program. The amendment has 3 years of funding outside of the first year that we funded, so that, and it is using their figures and their estimates of what we're going to spend for this program in the out years. It is, nothing is being dealt with the 988 program. Only thing I'm saying is, once we have passed the legislation, once we have opened up the program, this is what we should expect to spend and should be built in and is being built into the caseloads. So if we've already okayed it, then we should have full knowledge of it before we leave the session. It's not changing anything that we have done or altering, except expanding out the 3 years that we have not talked about.
Okay.
Representative Landwehr.
Mr. Chairman, can we take these one by one so that I make sure I'm following the dots? And I'm sorry if I'm a little bit slow on
Are
the
you
uptake
making a
here.
motion to divide the amendment?
Well, yes, I could do that, and then we could take it one by one if you're all right with that, Representative Helgerson. So that would be my motion, would be to divide the question.
All right. The amendment has been divided, seconded by Representative Helgerson.
I'll be happy to do that.
All right, we'll call them A, B, and C. So for fiscal year 2023 will be A, 2024 will be B, and 2025 will be C. So we'll start with A. Representative Landwehr.
Okay, I understand what caseloads are, but I'm not sure how you can tie caseloads to 988.
Representative Helgerson.
We're not. 988 is not included in this amendment. The 9,900,000 is the fiscal year 23, the state share of the 24,887,000.
Okay, what 24 million?
It is, if on this sheet, column fiscal 23, it is listed as 24,887 in red. That is the full share.
Oh, down there.
And our share, our state general fund share, is estimated to be the $9 million, $9,900,000.
Okay.
Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So where did these numbers come from?
Representative Helgerson.
The agency provided them to me. I just asked what are their estimates, and they provided these to me.
Representative Landwehr.
And is this are we led to believe that this is all SGF costs?
The $9 million?
No, the 24 million.
24 million is all funds.
Okay, so you're looking at the 8,700.
The SGF share of the 24.
Oh, this 9 million, okay, all right.
Yeah. We're not dealing at all with the 988 programming. That is going to be a separate issue that has to be dealt with by the legislature.
Representative Landwehr.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm always happy to put more money into mental health. Everybody knows that. You know, there's different areas of mental health that we can put funds in. I don't know that that I would feel comfortable in just going with, say, the CCBHCs. And I haven't done, enough on this here to even say how I would adjust it, Mr. Chairman, because, we know that our PRTFs are a big deal, as is our NFMIs. I'm just not comfortable going into the out years on this personally. And I'm sure right now I've got folks that are CCBHC supporters like myself that would be somewhat hesitant to make this move right now when we don't know exactly where we're going to be at. But I understand where you're coming from.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what did you figure this FMAP on?
I'm sorry, what?
What's the FMAP?
Representative Helgerson.
The federal portion.
I believe they use 40%. No, they would have used 60%.
Okay. So what you can do from this CCBH number here is subtract, so that's all funds. That amount there is all funds. And what your amendment does is SGF.
Correct.
Okay. I don't see a problem with it. I think that there is a problem with maybe ordering, I already got into that once this year, of asking for caseloads to be included legislatively. It's an agreement between KDHE, the administration, and KLRD, and so that's kind of where I ran into a wall, was trying to include things in caseloads. and that's what you're actually trying to do. Is that not correct?
I'm not including these. These are their figures.
No, I know. I'm just saying you're saying calculate it by caseloads, in caseloads.
Next year, they will include these as caseloads, not legislative decision. This is a policy decision that the agency and agencies make, and that this the 9 million will be added in as part of caseloads unless legislators make a decision to do it differently.
So who's telling you? I'm trying to understand who's going to tell them to put this in caseloads.
Representative Helgerson?
They told me that this increase will be adjusted into their caseload estimate next year.
Representative Carpenter?
Well, that would be news to me. I've kind of ran into some brick walls when I've asked to have things included in caseloads, and I've been basically told that that's not a legislative decision. So I'd like to hear more information about how we're going to get those in caseloads.
Is that a question to Representative Helgerson, or you?
I think it would be possibly, the way I understand it, it's an agreement between KLRD and the Department of Administration as to what goes into caseloads, not necessarily the agency. So I'd certainly be interested in hearing how that works.
I don't think we're going to get that answer right now. Representative Landwehr.
Thank you. A couple of things. We'll come back to the FMAP here in just a moment. But if I recall correctly, many a times it does become a legislative action that puts it into caseload. Can staff correct me on that?
Amy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that we do have a conversation and negotiation about what's included in caseloads because we only include entitlement services in caseloads when we present those to you and estimate those. So I think some of the conversation today is that the assumption was made that as these are Medicaid services, they would be considered an entitlement and would be included in our estimates, but we can certainly follow up and make sure that there are not other discussions that have to happen. You have since subsequently passed the bill regarding CCBHCs, so it is a new item, but it would be under Medicaid. I hope that answers the question. Be happy to address any further.
Representative Landwehr?
But still, Amy, going back to where I'm trying to figure out, it's the agencies don't necessarily make those decisions because, first of all, we're not even going to have all the CCBHCs up and running and certified in this next year. One will be, because they're in their second year of the federal grant. By the end of next fiscal year, we should have 6, but we'll still have 5 on their second year of their federal grant. We also have, and the FMAP should be higher on a CCBHC, but I'm not sure and I'm not sure that we use the FMAP on that because I don't think we use FMAP on FQHCs, do we, Amy?
Amy?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I do not remember what we base FQHC's reimbursement rates on when we do caseloads. I will have to consult and get back to you. I'm just not remembering that one off the top of my head.
We've just had you out of that budget way too long. That's what's happened.
Representative Landwehr?
Because the thing that's different about CCBHCs is that they will be reimbursed at cost, which is what FQHCs are reimbursed at now. It won't be at our Medicaid reimbursement rate. And that comes down from the federal government. So I think, we're getting things kind of confusing here. I'm just not convinced and perhaps staff can come back between now and whenever we start moving on this, is that the agency can unilaterally decide that something's included in the caseloads.
We can see if staff can do that. I don't know how long it'll take them to generate that, but are you done, Representative Landwehr, with questions?
Well, and anything, Mr. Chairman, anything that ties back to the 988 whatsoever on any of this funding. And now, if I understand Representative Hilgerson, that the money is just in the total. You're not doing caseloads on the 988 hotline, is that correct?
Representative Helgerson.
The top line is the agency, what they believe the amount of money will be needed in the current year and the out years. Nothing was adjusted or modified. If you may remember, all of this came from a question that I asked of the agency, and that was, how much are we spending this year and the out years? And if you may remember, I said, I'm real happy of spending this, but I want to make sure we spend for the whole program. My fear, and the reason this is laid out, and I'll have to be very frank with you, I was surprised at the magnitude of the cost, but if we're going to start this program and continue it, then you need to start understanding how much it's going to cost. And whether or not it's with a phone number tax or with some other type of tax, this program is valuable and necessary, as several legislators have said. And my concern is, if you don't notify all of us in here now and in the future, you won't have the financial commitment to do the out years. So all I did was ask them, what's it going to cost in order to fund the community mental health, the expanded community mental health system that the legislation passed, that the governor had a press conference on, et cetera. And they came back and gave me these figures. And if we're going to do the program, I spelled it out. Let's put it in the out years to do it.
Representative Landwehr.
I still struggle, Representative, with how that can work in caseloads. Because the services that are provided through the 988 program have, they're not, they don't go through the Medicaid process of becoming qualified to where they can receive that, et cetera. These are individuals that they either have private insurance, they have no insurance, or they have Medicaid insurance. That's it. It's just when you call. So I don't know how this can go into caseloads, and I think that's what's making it confusing. Everyone knows where, I'm more than happy to always put money more into some of these programs, but I'm just not sure that this is the right way for us to do that. So as much as it kind of breaks my heart, I'd have to oppose the amendment at this time.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as for the CCBHCs, what we have kind of roughed out for finances to finance this is just what we think will happen. We may not even have 26 community mental health centers take us up on this, because it's a very complex project. They have to get a federal grant. Some of them may not be done for a longer time frame than we think. So I guess my point with all of this is these numbers could prove to be very inaccurate, because we really don't know. I'm not speaking to the 988 program, but we really don't know exactly how that's going to play out. It could be less costly, or the cost could be pushed out farther, depending on how long it takes for each community mental health center to go through all the rigorous things they have to do to become a CCBHC. So this could be inaccurate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I might have several questions here, if that's okay. So, Representative Helgerson, if I'm following this right, the two that are indicated in red on the spreadsheet, the top line that says 988 program, that's just for the 988 number.
Representative Helgerson.
Correct.
And
I assume that it's the 988 program, but on the blue sheet, it shows a little bit of description, okay?
okay, and then, Mr. Chair, and then the CCPHC was the, that was the structure change we made with the bill that passed. So I thought it was a little staggering looking at this to go in 2022 from 2.7 million to 2025 to 71.9 actually. But then it levels out. I think maybe Representative Landwehr answered that question by talking about the buildup of them, that increased it. Is that fair to say, or do you?
Representative Helgerson.
The buildup is what the agency thought they expect. The planned increase from 2.7 to 24.8 to 49.7 to 71.8 is how quickly they think the community mental health centers will come on board. That's their projection. It's not mine. It's not any alteration. It's just simply what they think we should expect.
Representative Kincannon.
Okay, so my next question is going to be to Representative Helgerson and then to Representative Landwehr. So first question then is, did you ask for an estimate of, by changing to this format, what kind of savings they would achieve? And then to Representative Landwehr, since you worked on this bill so hard, what areas, I just feel like every time we work on some kind of an investment in these programs that we are achieving some savings somewhere else. And so those are my two questions.
Representative Helgerson first.
In looking, I don't know if you can really say that there's going to be savings within this budget. There won't be. It'll be an increase in the community mental health kind of budget. But you'll see money that's going to be saved in state hospitals, in private hospitals, in corrections, in local community. The agency is not charged with trying to come up with the savings in those other departments. But I'm committed, like you are, to that I believe we'll see those savings. But that's not spoken to here. Only thing that's spoken to is their projection of how we're going to spend money in the program.
Representative Landwehr.
In reference to the savings, we know that there will be savings, but not necessarily in the area on the MH side. It will show up in the hospital stays, the length of hospital stays, the lack of a hospital stay, or even an ER visit. It'll show up on the recidivism rate in treatment facilities and some of our psych beds. And I don't have my file down here, but if we need to get some more accurate numbers, I can have my assistant bring that down. But we did have information looking at Oklahoma and Missouri, and you see those savings, but you're looking at probably about 3 to 4 years out before they become really noticeable savings that you can track. But I can tell you that in our program, tracking this type of information is a key part of what we're doing. You've heard Representative Carpenter talk about outcomes and accountability. And so we make sure that we have that in this program going forward. Does that help?
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Helgerson, just so I'm tracking again, so this amendment here, this is $20 million on year 2, which is 22, and that's SGF, correct?
Representative Helgerson.
You got me confused. I'm sorry.
Okay. On your amendment here on Well, you've got 24 here on June 30th at 24.
We're actually on, this is a divided amendment, and we're on A.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So let's start on B then. Second amendment here. Okay, you've got 8.7 million in for the 988, and you've got 24,887, and so then you're wanting to put what in caseloads?
Representative Helgerson.
What the agency believes will be necessary for caseloads is the $19 million.
Okay, so I added those two together, that's 33 million, okay, for the two, 988 and the 24,887 here.
I'm sorry, I don't see the 988.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, the first year and the second year.
Right.
Okay.
So it's 8.7 million, 24,887. So if you add those together, you're talking 33 million. Okay, so if you're going to put those in caseloads, if this is SGF, then you're going to times that times 40% because that's our share. So I'm just trying to figure out, so that's 13 million would be our share instead of the 19 million. So I'm just trying to make sure where we're at.
Representative Helgerson.
The 9,900,000, the first one.
Okay.
When you take the percentage that they used, the agency used, that comes out to that is our share of the 24 million.
On the first one.
On the first one.
Okay.
On the second one is 19,900,000, our share of the 49,700,000. For the second year. For the third year, our contribution is 28.7 of the 71.8 million. And the 71.8 is all funds.
Representative Carpenter, do you have a follow-up question?
I'm lost. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on item A? Seeing none, Representative Landwehr, you may close on that part of the amendment, item A.
Wait a minute, don't I get a close?
She made the motion to divide the amendment.
I have to make the motion to accept or deny each one of these?
Yes.
You divided the question. You want to defer to me?
I thought I deferred to Representative Helgerson, but perhaps I did not.
I didn't hear any deference.
Okay, that's fine. You know, I just think because of the mass confusion of this, and keeping in mind, we hope that the 988 number is not next year or in future years funded by SGF funds. If we want to put SGF funds into things, then we put them into our PRTF beds and our CCBHCs and our nursing homes facilities. But this should end up being funded by a fee that's placed on phone service. So I would oppose the amendment that I'm about to move and close.
All right, for item A, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? She already made the motion to divide. That's what we're on. And this is moving item A. Right.
I think when you divide the question.
All right, the motion was divided by Representative Landwehr. You seconded it. And so this is item A, the first item in fiscal year 2023. So this is to adopt, yes, the motion.
I had nothing but
Those in favor of item A,
tea to drink.
please say aye.
I don't know. I am confused. No, I am.
Opposed, same sign.
No.
The noes appear to have it. Item A fails. Representative Helgerson.
Mr. Chairman, I think I should have had a chance to close on my own motion. But separate from that, I'll withdraw the other two. But I really want to make a couple points. These are the figures that we didn't have that I asked for. And I believe that we should fund it. But I don't believe we should not pass the program. As for, and I apologize if it was confusing, but the figures of $24,807,000 in the next year means that we're going to put $9 million plus of SGF dollars that'll be built into caseloads because that's how they do that. And unless you want to challenge caseload protocol, it'll automatically happen. I understand that there is a movement to add a tax increase to fund the 988 number. It hasn't passed. And as much as I'm a supportive of this programs and all these programs, I'm not going to put another tax on the phones. We make monumental decisions in here, and we're not even looking out the out years of how much it's going to cost. The $29 million, the reason you put this in, and next year it could be changed and it can be altered by the same group of people, but you make sure you protect these funds. Right now, we're not going to protect this program, and we're not going to have the opportunity of saying, well, first thing, let's do debt service and let's take care of everybody that we've already statutorily said we're going to fund. We're going to have to come back and see if we're going to fund these programs. I think earlier it was suggested, well, why am I doing this? I'm doing this because I saw in the 2000 hospitals get closed and the community mental health centers funding because of federal policy and governor's policy and legislative policy that we cut their knees out and they didn't have any funding. This protects their funding. And, you know, I'll go down and rail about a lot of other programs, but I was trying to protect this program here and make sure that we had the funds in the out years. That's all I was trying to do.
So the maker of the, I guess, substitute motion to divide, the original motion has been withdrawn by the maker of that original motion. Is that fine with you?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, we'll move on. Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to applaud the representative for his efforts on that, and I think I agree with everything that he says about continuing this funding. I think there are some questions that I need to answer, but I'd certainly like to work with the representative in the future on a way to get this done. So, thank you.
Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now that my assistants brought my numbers down here, I can see where the representative got these, and this was the service low end for all funds, and that's where that 24,887. So now I understand that. And we knew that those were projections. We still think that those are kind of high projections because we don't know how many CCBHCs that we will have up and running at that time. But I also commend your efforts on this, and I look forward to working with you to advance the commitment that we made when we shut down those hospitals to the people of Kansas.
Are there any other items that need to be discussed in regards to the House position? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have three provisos. I'll go through them as quickly as we can here. The first one deals with protected income level. We overrode the governor's veto to increase the PACE protected income level to 300%. What this proviso would do would for 2022 would also bring in the HCBS for 300%. So a few years ago, I think it's been 2 years ago now, we raised it to 150%, but we ended up doing a number instead of a percentage because that's what the Senate wanted to do. And this would just go to the other the 300%, which is what majority of the states are at. And I think that it's a good way to help people that are some of our most needy keep the money that they earn. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Did you make a motion?
I move that we add this proviso.
Committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Sutton. Discussion on the motion. Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the committee's information on this protected income limit, right now 1177, 150% of the federal poverty level. 300% is about $2,333 a month. So just for clarification, in case somebody doesn't realize how that works, is right now if you made, for instance, $2,500 a month in Social Security, and anything over that, if you receive Medicaid, you would return to the MCOs, so you would return $1,200 a month, $1,300 a month to the MCOs for your Medicaid services. So this would basically eliminate that client obligation that you return to the MCOs. So just for everybody's information on that, how this works.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Hoffman, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Ayes have it. Any other items?
I've got two.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second item I have is the T1000 reimbursement rate. If you remember in House Bill 2007, we had, as a House position, we had $47 for that waiver. And the Senate with negotiations, we went to 39. And we have reason to believe that, we believe the Senate will probably come up on that 39 to another higher level, which would really make a lot of difference. The $39 still does not really move the needle that much in helping save, in savings and helping them to get more registered nurses. So this would be basically the same proviso as what we started with in 2007, which would raise the T1000 reimbursement rate to $47 per hour. And with that, I move my proviso.
All right, you heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Sutton. Discussion on the motion. Representative Johnson.
Thank you. I might take just a little more background on the going from 39 to 47 an hour. And
Representative Hoffman.
Oh, okay. In what way?
Representative Johnson.
I'm sure there have been a number of things talked about, and I'm sure I've heard them, but trying to look at rates and what we need to do to keep people or what are the drivers that are bringing us to that number and makes 47 the right one.
Representative Hoffman.
Well, that's the number that industry's saying, or the providers are saying that they really need in order to get the nurses that they need for this program. Now, I think that it's a good start for us on the House side to negotiate. I'm not sure we'll be able to keep 47, but I hope we can get somewhere higher than 39 with the Senate if we take a stand at 47.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. This is comes to us. It's through the TA waiver, and what we found is that it's a lot cheaper to hire a nurse for $47 an hour than to have someone go to the hospital for $3,000 or $4,000 a day. And there are extensive studies on this that it saves money, and it also improves care of these folks. They can, right now, with the current market on nurses, they can't hire a good nurse for $42 an hour or $39 an hour. And so what happens is when those folks aren't taken care of adequately, then the next step is they go to the hospital. And it costs us $3,000 or $4,000, $5,000 a day. So there are some very good studies, if someone wants some on that, about that savings. and we've been working on it for a number of years, and this is the accumulation of that. It actually will save money, I believe that.
Representative Landwehr.
And actually, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to, I'll echo now what Representative Carpenter talked about, because we've heard that time and time again in the CanCare Oversight Committee about how much, number one, we would actually provide services for these individuals in their home. Number two, we will keep these individuals out of the hospital, because when they go in, it's not a day, it's not 2 days, it ends up being multiple days. So as he said, we can spend thousands, or we can spend the $47 an hour. And if it was my druthers, Mr. Chairman, I'd probably raise that to $57 and then let the Senate can negotiate to $47, but I'll leave that up to the carrier of the amendment.
Representative Helgerson.
Have there been any subcommittees that recommended this on our side?
Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, it was part of 2007. It was part of out of the subcommittee, Social Services Subcommittee, the Budget Committee. This was our position going into conference with 2007.
2007?
2007.
2007. The
budget
House
bill.
bill 2007, our budget bill.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Not in 2000. I wasn't here in 2007.
Yeah, I wondered.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Hoffman, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Representative Hoffman.
And my last one I have is a proviso that during the beginning of COVID, the Department of Revenue closed our driver's license offices, a lot of the satellite offices around western Kansas that dealt with renewal of CDL licenses. And during the summer, fall, the department said that they would reopen those. Those have not been reopened. I've been getting some correspondence from county commissioners who are saying those need to be open. You know, harvest is coming up, different things like that. So what this proviso does is it basically gives them till June 1st of 2021 to open those satellite offices back up, and then it goes on to the end of the next fiscal year. It says that they will remain open the next fiscal year. So with that, I remove my proviso.
All right, you heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Tarwater. Discussion on the motion. Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you very much. So this is all I know about this. So is the rationale that they have not been opened yet?
Representative Hoffman.
Well, they closed them because they didn't want the officer that goes to, they didn't want her to, in my area at least, didn't want her to travel due to COVID. But I believe that we are to the point now where it's time that we get back to a more normal process with those offices. And as really, I have not gotten a good rationale. I have tried my best to get them to give me a time when they're going to open them. And during the Legislative Budget Committee, I mean, you were in that meeting, they said that they planned on opening, but I can't seem to get an idea of when. So this will just say, this is almost a month, gives them almost a month to get ready. I would like to have done it next week, but this gives them a month to get these offices back open. It's simply, these are mostly county courthouses that are open and have a revenue officer that comes into those courthouses once every couple of weeks to do CDL and actually also concealed carry permits. And so it is something that really needs to get started again. It's a real burden for those out in western Kansas.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in the closures, they're all related to COVID. Is there any chance that there's one or two that they plan to never reopen?
Representative
Yeah,
Hoffman.
I don't know. Again, they said in the Legislative Budget Committee that they were planning on reopening them.
Representative Johnson.
And are we currently paying the staff anyway in the Department of Revenue that would be handling that?
Yeah, my understanding, the staff is just not traveling. They're staying in one spot. And so in my area, there's a staff member that is housed in the Pratt courthouse, and she's just not traveling to those satellite offices in the weeks that she normally would.
Representative Estes.
I'd like to thank the maker of the motion, because I was just reading some articles about how damaging the national shortage of CDL licenses is impacting business, and I think this is important.
Representative Ballard. Representative Hoffman.
Right. This would open up the satellite offices that were open before COVID, would reopen those offices. And in almost all cases, what we're talking about are courthouses. The courthouses are already open. It's simply the personnel that's not coming, the state personnel that's not coming to those offices.
Okay, but I'm thinking about other offices that are not in the courthouse. So, like we have some in Lawrence that's in a shopping center, and the parents drop their kids off and wait outside as they go in after, after their driver's ed and all of that. So I'm sure there's other places that have it. Will that also mean just the as well, instead of just only
No,
courthouses?
it says all driver's license offices previously closed due to COVID.
Okay, now, I've inquired, and they've indicated that, yes, they were closed because of COVID, but right now, a lot of that is that some people quit, and they don't have enough personnel to staff all of these different offices. So I don't know all the reasons, but as long as it's going to, I just want to verify it's going to be all of an opening, because parents have gotten pretty edgy about that. The kids are excited about it. They're dying to go get their learner's permit and everything else, and it's not open. So you're going to give them 30 days for that?
They have until June 1st, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Rajas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has the governor set out a plan for all state employees to be back in the office?
Is that a question for me?
Somebody's, they may have an answer.
I haven't heard anything.
I guess Mr. Chairman, I'd make a substitute motion that all state employees be back in person by the start of the fiscal year.
There's a substitute motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Carpenter. And discussion on the substitute? Representative Hoffman.
As much as I appreciate that, it kind of defeats the purpose of this, because the officers, for the most part, are working in this area. They're just not going out to those satellite offices out in the western Kansas area. So your motion wouldn't necessarily help our situation with getting these driver's license opened in these satellite offices out in western Kansas.
They're not state employees?
They are state employees, and they are working, but they're working in one location, and so everybody else has to come to them instead of how it used to be, where they would go to different communities, so that people didn't have to go as far to get their driver's or CDLs renewed.
In my motion, I would include the words that are in your proviso then.
Representative Wolfmore.
Well, I don't know if we have the authority. I mean, that's the executive branch. Number one would be my first concern. But even if we do, I mean, we're turning a whole ship around in a month, and we don't know that. I mean, I would want to hear a little more about it. Is that doable? Why might they not? I know some offices may decide that, although employees are working, they may decide that remote working for some employees works better, saves office space. They may want to do it that way. So I would hate to make a decision that affects that many people. I'm fine with the one that was offered previously, But I'd hate to make a decision of that magnitude, first of all, without knowing if we have the authority to do that. But second of all, we don't know the real effect of that decision or how quickly that could be accomplished. At least I don't. Thank you.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to chime in and say it sure would be nice if all the Department of Labor locations were open so people could walk in with their grievances and get taken care of. So I think I could support this for that one reason only.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Rogers, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know it may be outlandish, but, you know, we've gone through the last year knowing that this day is coming. We've had a lot of areas of, you know, the three branches have kind of told each of them what they can and can't do. So you vote how you want to. I guess part of it is I'm making a point. It's time to move on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. All right, committee, we're going to be in recess because we need to be on the floor. All right, committee, we're going to go ahead and resume discussion on, for the House position for the omnibus items. Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee, I just have a small amendment here. It's a technical correction. In the nursing home funding request that we'd asked for, we ended the date on April 30th. It was a day that we were not in session, and an oversight on my part, and Amy's handing out the amendment. But basically, it nullifies that part, and then it just says that the fiscal year ending June 30th, it also required legislative budget authority, which by that time, and so it's no longer needed. Means we're past that date. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Did you move your motion?
I'd make a motion.
Make a motion. All right, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Wolfmore. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Carpenter, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Any further other items? All right, revisor is saying at this moment there's no other known amendments. So is there any other discussion on the House position? Representative Helgerson.
Mr. Chairman, I asked you earlier, what's the process going to be? And I just wanted to mention my concern and of the idea that this bill doesn't go to the House floor. We are getting into a pattern and a habit of skipping some of the discussion on the House floor, and I won't have a chance to object to it on the floor, but I'm giving you an opportunity just to change that decision and change that policy if you and the Speaker decide to move that direction. But that's not the history that we have as a system.
I mean, I understand the frustration with that. I share your sentiment, actually. However, when we got the resolution from the Senate before we did first adjournment, they put on there a finite date of May 11th. We got most of our work done when we met last Tuesday. The Senate is still yet deliberating on their position. And so we haven't been able to move the budget process in the normal fashion it probably should. And like I said, I agree with you. But with the time constraints and with the process that the Senate is moving forward, they're doing this the same pathway as we are. We're mirroring that so we can have these omnibus items discussed on the House floor. There can't be any changes, obviously, in a conference committee report. But that's the way we're going to get through so we can meet that May 11th deadline that was in the resolution. Representative Helgerson.
I asked research beginning the session how many times this has happened, and I think it's 3 or 4 times in the last several years that we've skipped the process in some way or another. It is a pattern. Maybe you can blame it on the Senate, but, you know, speaking as a minority member, we already have limited opportunity to say or amend or change things. I have more than most people, and I take advantage of that. But the idea that our statutory obligation, the one that we are given above all else in this hall, you know, we take away from most of the people, and they don't even understand what they're losing or the opportunities they're losing. You know, I'd be happy to tell the Senate what they could do, but you know, I think it's a process that needs to get corrected and changed.
Like I said, I agree with your sentiment. I'm not trying to affix blame on any individual or group or chamber or how the process is working, but this is the way the process is going to move forward. Not seeing any other further discussion, we are adjourned.